Oh, it seems like I have a visitor this evening. Welcome. The night sky looks calm tonight, and I know you are here to rest under the moonlight. Take it easy, and everything will be all right. I have some stories to share, one that you may like. Are you all settled for the night? Good. Damasia is a kingdom that originated as refugees from the Rune Wars. Their hatred against mages was heavily anchored in their history since the nation was built to resist the mages' oppression against the powerless mortals. It has been part of their culture for centuries as the kingdom grew stronger. But what if someone was born inside the kingdom and possessed magical prowess? That was the dilemma that this girl had to face. She hails from Damasia, an insular realm where magical abilities are viewed with fear and suspicion. Able to bend light to her will, she grew up dreading discovery and exile, and was forced to keep her power secret in order to preserve her family's noble status. It will be a long journey ahead of her as she questions her situation, wondering if she even belongs in Damasia. It may seem hopeless for others, but her optimism and resilience would eventually lead her to embrace her unique talents. This is the story of the girl named Luxana Crownguard, the Lady of Luminosity. Born 976 years after Noxus, Luxana, or Lux as she prefers to be called, grew up in the Damasian city of High Silvermere, along with her older brother Garen. They were born to the prestigious Crownguard family, a noble house which had served for generations as protectors of the kings of Damasia. Their grandfather saved the king's life at the Battle of Storm's Fang, and their aunt, Tiana Crownguard, was named commander of the elite Dauntless Vanguard, an elite order of warriors assigned to handle Damasia's most dangerous foes and confront threats beyond its borders. They are the most prestigious battalion of Damasia. At full strength, it numbers over 2,000 soldiers. Truly, their bloodline was set to be the pride of Damasia even before Lux was born. But it was also the main reason why the pressure was already high right from the get-go. Garen, the older brother, took to his family role with fervor, joining the military when he was still little more than a boy. On the other hand, Lux, in his absence, was expected to help run the family's many estates, a task she resented even as a young child. Lux was also trained to be a proper lady, since daughters from noble houses of Damasia were often used as the key to the union of other nobles through political marriage. However, none of that matters for Lux. She had always wanted to explore the world, to see what lay beyond the walls and borders of Damasia. She idolized her older brother Garen, but railed against his insistence that she put her own ambitions aside. To the endless frustration of Lux's tutors, who sought to prepare her for a life of dutiful service to the Crownguard family, she would question their every teaching, examine differing perspectives, and seek out knowledge far beyond what they were prepared for. Her curiosity was already beyond the borders of their land, and she was not satisfied with how everything was already set in their kingdom. She craves discoveries, adventures, and new knowledge, which the kingdom of Damasia doesn't have. Even so, few could find it in themselves to stay angry at Lux, with her zest for life and intoxicating optimism. Little did any of them know that a time of change was approaching. magic had once brought Runeterra to the brink of annihilation, and Damasia had been founded as a place where such powers were forbidden. Many of the kingdom's folktales told of pure hearts turned dark by the lure of magic. Indeed, Lux's uncle had been slain by a rogue mage some years earlier. The anger against the mages never subsided within the kingdom, and there were fearful whispers, rumors from beyond the great mountains, that magic was rising once more in the world. No matter how hard they try, magic is a constant thing in Runeterra, and a new era was coming. Riding home one fateful night, Lux and her horse were attacked by a ravenous saber-wolf pack. In a moment of fear and desperation, the young girl let loose a torrent of magical light from deep within her, routing the beasts, but leaving her shivering in fear. It was not the beasts that frightened her, but the realization of the situation that she was in. Magic, the terror of Damasian myths, was as much a part of Lux as her Crownguard lineage. Lux found out that she was a mage. Fear and doubt gnawed at her. Would she become evil? Was she an abomination to be imprisoned or exiled? At the very least, if her powers were discovered, it would see the Crownguard name disgraced forever. No room for explanation. Her being a mage could dent the prestigious name of their noble status. It was a pressure that Lux had to deal with at a young age. With Garen spending more time away from High Silvermere, Lux found herself alone in the halls of their family home. Still, over time, she became more familiar with her magic, and her sleepless nights, fists clenched, willing her inner light to fade, became fewer and fewer. She began experimenting in secret, playing with sunbeams in the courtyards, bending them into solid form, and even creating tiny glowing figures in her palm. She resolved to keep it a secret, as much as she could. It wouldn't be a problem as long as no one else knew. Their lives could remain as it was. A shadow fades before the light, Lux repeated to herself. The words were a mantra, one she often used to put herself at ease when she felt herself losing control. Though she was only 13, she had become adept at using tricks like this to ease the symptoms of her affliction. But today, she found the words to be of little help. Today, Lux needed to be alone. She fought to hold in the tears, avoiding eye contact with passers-by as she walked briskly toward the scrutinizing glare of the sentries at the city gates. If they stopped her, she felt she might break down and spill everything to them. At least then it would all be over, she thought. But they paid her little mind as she walked through the archway to the open lands outside the city. Far off the main highway, the girl found a quiet nook in a wooded hillside. Once she was sure she wouldn't be seen, she removed a clean handkerchief from her pocket, placed it to her face, and sobbed. The tears came fast and thick down her cheeks. If anyone had seen the girl like this, they probably would not recognize her. Everybody knew her as the fresh-faced optimist who cheerily bid them good morning and nice to see you every day, regardless of circumstance. The other side of her, this ugly and decidedly un-Damasian one, was a face the girl shared with nobody. As she staunched the flow of tears with her thin linen cloth, her mind began to settle. She finally dared to recall the events that had led to the tears. She had been in the lecture room with her classmates when her gaze began to wander to an open window. The flock of fuchsia nectar flies outside was far more interesting than the drab lesson in field tactics their instructor was offering. The flies danced, not in unison at all, but in a vivacious chaos that was strangely beautiful. She had taken in their movement, feeling herself warming to the core with an intense happiness. The warmth was familiar to her. Most of the time it could be tamed, stuffed back inside her like feathers that had leaked from a mattress. But that day, the warmth was hot, with a life of its own. She felt it burning in her teeth, threatening to explode into the world with a fan of iridescent hues, as it had only done in privacy before. For a brief moment, a thin trickle of white light leaked from her fingertips. No, this is not for anyone to see, Lux thought, hoping to suppress the glow. For the first time in her life, it felt too big. The girl had only one chance to save herself. She needed to leave. She stood and gathered her belongings. Her instructor noticed Lux and called her. She was about to question her actions, but Lux muttered her mantra once more. A shadow fades before the light. Lux then ran from the room without explanation, repeating those words as she burst out of the school. As she finished drying her eyes in the calm of the woods, her feet carried her farther and farther from the city. She began to assess the cost of the incident. Word would spread quickly across the citadel that a student had stormed out of class without leave. What punishment would she receive for that insubordination? Whatever was to come, it would be better than the alternative. If she'd stayed, she would have erupted, filling the entire building in the brightest, purest light. Then everyone would know she was afflicted with magic. That's when the annullers would come. Once or twice, the girl had seen the annullers in the streets with their strange instruments, rooting out practitioners of magic. Once these afflicted people were found, they were forcibly relocated to slums outside the kingdom, never to take part in the grand society Lux's family knew so well. That was the worst part, knowing her family would be shamed. And her brother, oh, her dear brother. She shuddered to think what Garen would say. The girl often dreamed of living in a different part of the world, where people with arcane gifts were revered as heroes and celebrated by their families. But the girl lived in Damasia, where people knew the destructive potential of magic and treated it as such. As she found her situation becoming increasingly hopeless, Lux realized she was standing within view of the Galio monument. The gargantuan statue had been made long ago as a battle standard for the military, accompanying them in their missions abroad. Sculpted from petricite, Galio possessed magic-absorbing properties that had saved many lives from the Archmage attacks. If one believed the legends, he had even come to life at times when enough mystical power had seeped into his mortar. At that moment, he stood still as a mountain, straddling the memorial road far from the traffic of the main highway. Lux cautiously approached the statue. Ever since she was a little girl, she had imagined the old Titan keeping vigilant watch over all those who passed beneath him. It seemed to peer into her soul, judging her. "You have no place here," it would say accusingly. Though it only spoke in her imagination, Lux knew it spoke true. She was different. That was undeniable. Her constant smiles and exuberance stood out glaringly among Damasia's trademark austerity. Then there was the glow. Ever since she could remember, Lux felt it burning in her heart, longing to burst free. When she was small, the glow was weak, and she could easily conceal it. Now the power had become far too great to stay hidden. Burdened with guilt, Lux lifted her eyes to the Colossus. She yelled at Galio, daring him to go on and say it. It was uncharacteristic of Lux, but the day had not been kind, and it soothed her soul to vent. She expelled sharp breaths of air in relief, then immediately felt embarrassment at the outburst. Did she really just yell at a statue? She marveled and looked around to make sure nobody had seen. At certain times of the year, this road was flooded with travelers, making their pilgrimages to the Colossus, paying tribute to the symbol of Damasian resolve. But presently, the memorial road was empty. As Lux was searching for bystanders, she heard a gravelly racket in the air above her. She whipped her head up. It had come from the top of the Colossus. It was common for birds to take flight from their nests in the statue's crown. But this was no bird. It sounded like a heavy clay pot being dragged across cobblestones. Lux stared for a long while, but nothing stirred about the statue. Perhaps this was her mind again, working through the trauma of the day's events. Even so, her eyes remained fixed on the Colossus, daring whatever had moved to do so again. And then it did. The eyes of the statue actually shifted. The large stone orbs physically swiveled in their sockets to find Lux in the grass below. The girl's face blanched for a moment. She could feel the enormous stone figure studying her. This time, it was definitely not in her imagination. Lux found her legs and ran away from the statue as fast and as far as she could. Later that night, Lux entered the alabaster arch of her family's city manor. She had walked many miles, all day long, all over the city, in the hope her parents would be asleep when she returned home. But one person was not. Her mother, Agatha, sat on a sofa in the corner of the grand foyer, glowering at the door with burning expectation. She questioned if Lux knew what hour it currently is. Lux did not respond. She knew it was past midnight, well beyond the hour when her family was typically asleep. Agatha then explained that the school has chosen not to expel Lux for her behavior, and it was not an easy mess to fix. Lux wanted to break down crying, but she had done nothing but weep all day, and she simply had no more tears. Lux muttered, telling her mother that they almost saw it. Agatha calmly answered that she figured it was the reason behind her daughter's action. Agatha knew the truth ever since Lux was born. She thought that her magic would fade as she grew up, but perhaps it was just wishful thinking. Agatha then asked if it was getting worse. Lux, exhausted from worry, answered through a question, asking her mother what she should do. Agatha told her that they should do what they must. If Lux loses control of it, eventually someone will get hurt. Lux had heard of men dying in battle at the hands of sorcerers, bodies melted beyond recognition, and souls torn in two. She felt wretched, knowing she harbored any power that might be used for such destruction. She wanted to hate herself, but found herself numbed by the constant torrent of emotions she'd experienced that day. Agatha informed Lux that she enlisted the help of a professional. Lux's stomach turned. There was only one professional that dealt with her affliction, an annuller. Agatha reassured that the person is a friend, someone she should have called a long time ago. They can trust him to be discreet. Lux nodded. She knew the shame that was imminent, even if the man told no one, as her mother assured her. He would still know. And the cures, she didn't want to think about those. And for her mother's last words that night, she told Lux that her friend would be coming for consultation in the morning, and that would be their secret. Agatha then walked up the stairs toward her bedroom. The words were no comfort. Lux was not a woman yet, and already her life was over. She wanted nothing more than to retire upstairs to a deep slumber that would bury all her troubles in darkness. But she knew her particular troubles would not disappear with the night. The light would still grow inside her, threatening to erupt again at any moment. The annuller would arrive in the morning to perform some dreadful treatment. Lux had heard rumors, horrible rumors, of petricite ground and swallowed in potions, followed by bouts of excruciating pain. True, the girl wanted to be rid of the affliction, but no part of her wanted to experience that. Isn't there another way, she wondered? At that moment she realized something. The idea leaped into her head like lightning. All at once she was filled with dread and hope, unsure if the plan she'd just thought up would work, but knowing it was something she had to try. Under the deepening night, Lux frantically retraced her steps, back through the alabaster archway, down the boulevard, sneaking her way past the guards at the gates. To the south, she found the Memorial Road and followed it for miles before coming to Galio's resting spot. Her heart galloped in her chest. Lux asked, "Hello," shakily, unsure if she wanted an answer. If her memory served her right, Galio had moved when she was near it earlier. She wasn't fully wrong about that, since the gargoyle only becomes fully alive when there's a strong presence of magic around him. Lux approached the plinth where the Colossus stood, all alone in the stillness of the night. She cautiously placed her hand on the cold petricite foundation. Wonder what it tastes like. She bets it's really bitter. She supposed she would find out soon enough, unless her plan worked. Lux started to talk to Galio. She told him that she heard Galio can fix magic, so fix her. Lux wants to be a Damasian. She gazed up at the Colossus. It was as inert and unwavering as the Damasian way of life. Not even the bats were fluttering about it that night. What she heard before, what she thought she saw, was something she had imagined after all then. She removed her hand from the plinth, pondering where else she could turn. "Small girl person," said a booming voice above. Lux's head shot upward to see the statue tilting its enormous head down. Her mind raced. He knows, and he's not going to fix you. He's going to squash you like a bug. Galio always comes to life to defeat the mages he encountered. That's the reason why he was made in the first place. However, Galio asked Lux if she could scratch his foot. Galio watched in wonder as the girl ran away from him, her tiny head shrieking words he could not understand. Though he'd observed her for years, he never knew she could move so quickly and loudly. Ever since the girl was very small, Galio had seen her as she stopped by on yearly trips with her family. He would study her with fascination. straining to keep sight of her as she skipped in and out of his field of vision. Then, in the middle of play, she would suddenly remember him standing above her, and she would shy away behind her mother's skirt. When the Colossus was dormant, everything seemed to move with a hazy distortion. The world was dull, and people were but flickers before his eyes. But even then, Galio could feel something profoundly special in the girl. It was a glow, but not just a visual luminescence. Galio had watched the evolution of Damasia throughout the centuries, but the arrival of Lux changed everything for him. Time slowed with her, and the haze lifted as something strange stirred within his stone form. It started small. When the girl was a toddler, Galio could feel her strange warmth tickling his toes. On her second visit, Galio could feel the glow tugging at his entire leg. By the time she was 10, the girl's warmth was so strong that Galio could feel her approaching from a mile away and would grow giddy with the anticipation of her visit. Now here she was again, even though it was not her normal visiting day. Her power burned so intensely that it had spread like wildfire across his cold innards. She had brought him to life. Now that Galio was awake, he saw her brilliance with stunning clarity. She shone like all the stars in the heavens, and she was leaving again. With every step the girl took, Galio felt his life evaporating, returning him to his cold, motionless state. If he had remained still, he would never have known the girl. He had to follow. His towering legs rumbled from the plinth from what felt like a century of not moving. Galio easily catches up to Lux with his enormous gait. Her eyes shot wide as she whirled toward the lumbering Colossus. She thought the gargoyle would squash her. As an act of defense, a concentrated beam of light fired from Lux's fingers into Galio's leg. The strange feeling within him intensified until he thought he might explode, scattering bits of himself all over Damasia. But Galio did not break. Instead, he grew even warmer and more alive. He bent down and gently scooped up Lux in his hands. She covered her face as if to shield herself from some imminent harm. The Colossus began to laugh, like a child playing in a fountain. Galio called Lux a small golden-headed person. He believed that she was funny. Galio requested that Lux please not leave. Lux slowly overcame her trauma and responded. She can't leave if Galio is holding her. Realizing his offense, Galio carefully placed the girl back on the ground. He apologized and explained that he didn't often meet small girl people who could wake him up. He only wakes up to smash things. Galio then asked if Lux had some things to smash, preferably large things if there were. Lux meekly said no, but Galio was adamant since he hadn't moved for a long time. Galio suggested finding something to smash. He walked a few booming steps, then turned to find the girl was not following. He asked Lux if she was not coming. Lux once again said no, even more shakily, unsure if the answer would upset the giant. Lux explained that she was sort of trying not to be noticed at that moment. Galio apologized once more, and Lux accepted it. She then said goodbye to Galio, in what she thought was a final parting word. However, Galio followed right behind her. Galio mentioned that Lux is walking away from the city. He questioned where Lux was going. Lux said she doesn't know. Probably someplace she belongs. The Colossus tilted his head at her. Galio responds in confusion, saying Lux is Damasian. She belongs in Damasia. For the first time, the girl saw empathy in the giant, and she felt herself opening up. But her feelings were still conflicted. Lux argued that Galio wouldn't understand. He is a symbol of this kingdom, while she is just... Lux searched for a word that would tell everything, without telling too much. And between those heavy thoughts, Lux expressed that she is just all wrong. On the flip side, Galio is a much more stubborn Damasian than Lux. He argued back, questioning Lux's words. Galio thinks Lux can't be wrong. She gave him life, he boomed, lowering his huge boulder of a face to her level. Lux mentioned that was exactly the problem. Galio was not supposed to be moving. The only reason he is moving is because of her, meaning she is a mage, the enemy of Damasia. Galio reacted in stunned silence for a moment, then erupted with joyful epiphany. He then loudly announced that Lux is a mage. Lux begged Galio to be quiet. People will hear them. Galio proclaimed that crashes mages. He then quickly added, but not Lux. He liked Lux. She is the first mage he liked. Luxana's fear began to fade, giving way to irritation. She tells the gargoyle to listen carefully. Even though this scenario is all wondrous and miraculous, she'd really prefer it if Galio would leave her alone. Besides, people are going to notice that Galio is gone. Galio simply answered that he doesn't care. He insisted on letting them notice. Lux, recoiling at the thought, begged Galio once more to just go back where he belonged. Galio stopped to reflect, then smiled, as though he'd recalled something amusing. He suddenly requested that Lux do that thing to him again, her wonderful starlight. He is far too loud for Lux's comfort. Lux urged Galio to stop yelling and asked if he was referring to her affliction. Galio said yes, in a slightly quieter tone. Lux apologized because she can't always do it, and she shouldn't do it. Lux insisted that Galio had to go. Galio explained that he can't go. If he leaves her, he will sleep. And when he wakes, Lux will be gone. Lux paused. Though she was mad from exhaustion, she found herself touched by the Titan's words. Lux asked Galio if she could do it again, does he promise to go away? The Colossus thought for a moment, then accepted the proposal. Lux screwed in her hands toward her body and thrust them forward toward Galio. To her disappointment, nothing but a tiny spark of light glinted from her fingers. She tried again and again, getting less of a result each time. Lux realized that perhaps she must be tired, and Galio suggested that she rest then. When she was refreshed, she could give her her magic again. Lux pondered, mulling the suggestion. She can't get rid of Galio, and she has no place to go. Suppose she might as well bed down. She began feeling around the ground for a comfortable patch of grass. Once she found a suitable place, she lay down and wrapped her cloak snugly around herself. Lux told Galio that she was going to sleep now, and he should too. Galio said no. He had already slept too much. Lux, tired of their endless discussion, requested that Galio at least freeze himself for a while. Galio answered that he does not work that way. Lux suggested that he be still and pretend he is not alive. Galio agreed, but he would just stand there and watch her rest. She can't sleep with him staring at her. She requested Galio to turn around. Galio honored the girl's wish, turning himself away from her toward the distant lights of the Damasian capital. It was not as interesting as the girl, but it would suffice. Making do with the modicum of privacy, Lux closed her eyes and drifted off to sleep. Once she was certain Galio would not turn around, she quietly got up and crept away into the night. Luxana walked quickly, knowing her first order of business was getting as far away as possible from the Colossus. If she didn't, her magic would still empower him, and he would surely come looking for her. By morning, every patrol in the kingdom would be searching for the missing Crownguard girl who had vanished in the night. They'd surely notice the walking national monument following her, and they'd know the girl must be the magical source that had awakened it. It was the train of thought that rippled through her head, and running away was her best action to solve it. As she ran faster, Lux's aching legs quickened to a sprint. She didn't have any direction in mind, as long as it was far from Damasia. Then that's where she was heading. Lux had only a vague idea of her surroundings. It was difficult to find any landmarks at this black hour of night. All she knew for sure was the cloudwoods were nearby, their thick, towering redbarks forming the skyline to the south. It would be an ideal place to hide from any search parties, and a good foraging ground for breakfast. A plan formulates in her head as she navigates the forest. She could cross the forest in 2 days and find shelter in one of the Vascassian timber villages, where people were unlikely to recognize her. It was not a brilliant plan by any stretch, but it was the best she had. Lux could see the beginnings of the forest coming into view, its trees progressing in height like a pyramid, with the largest in the center. As she crossed the threshold of the woods, she paused a moment. The adrenaline wore off, and the emotions flooded in. She grieves what she was abandoning. She would miss her brother Garen, her beloved steed Starfire, and even her mother. But this was the way it had to be. A shadow fades before the light, she reassured herself, and then stepped into the blackness of the dense evergreen woods. After an hour of plowing her way through the barbed, resinous branches of the forest, Lux already found herself doubting her plan. Her stomach was growling, and any confidence she'd had in finding a clear path through the trees had vanished with the brightest moon behind the clouds. All around she could hear the snorts and rustles of nocturnal animals, and that made her nervous. Just a little light, she thought. Surely just a little won't hurt way out here. She began to conjure a luminescent orb between her hands. For a brief moment, a flicker of light danced on her fingertips, causing an audible ruckus in the creatures around her. But the light snuffed out as quickly as it came, returning all to blackness. Lux looked at the outlines of her hands, inspecting them for flaws. She wondered what could have hampered her from doing what had previously come so easily and unbidden. It's the Colossus, she realized. It must be. Galio negates magic, and only the strong ones could wield it near Galio. Lux suddenly became aware of voices in the woodland murmur. Slow, purposeful steps and whispers. She was about to inspect closer, but then an arm shot around Lux's throat and restrained her. She could sense the presence of at least 2 other men to her sides. One of them asked Lux where she was heading tonight, Lux stammered, not quite formulating a response. The man restraining her tightened his grip. He assumed that Lux was probably from the annulment slums. Lux gasped and tried to say no. The man's arm wedged firmly under her chin. The third man said they weren't fools, and counters like this were nothing new in Damasia. They would just take her back. Lux struggled to free her arms as the men tried to bind them with coarse rope. She concentrated, but still could not summon the magic that had apparently once been hers. She freed one hand, struck one of the men squarely in the jaw, and heard the twigs on the ground crunch as he fell. The two other men angrily descended on her. The men told Lux that she shouldn't have done that. Then they began to tighten her bindings. They were making a point to pull the knots as tightly and painfully as possible, when the ground began to vibrate with a dull, thunderous beat. The men paused in dread, searching for the source of the noise as it slowly increased in frequency and volume. It rumbled like an earthquake, only broken up in steady rhythmic booms like giant footsteps, and they were getting nearer. One of the men asked what it was, but he was too frightened to move. The ground shook more, and its quaking was joined by the crackling of great trees being broken apart. Whatever it was now in the forest and almost upon them. It's... All looked up to see the monstrous Galio striding toward them, a path of felled redbarks in its wake. The men ran, getting only a few steps through the trees before a giant petricide hand snatched them up high into the air. Galio glared with one enormous eye at the trembling wads of flesh held tightly in his grip. With a grin of excitement, Galio asked if it was time for fighting, because he would certainly engage. He opened his clenched fist and raised the other hand as if to smash the men between his palms. But all of a sudden, a tiny voice begged him to stop. The Colossus found Lux on the ground below, beating on his ankles with her bound arms. Lux shouted that it isn't right. Confused, Galio lowered the men to the ground and released them. Lux heard the quick patter of the men's feet, sprinting away from her with the urgency of hunted elk. As she wriggled out of her bindings, she gazed up at the Colossus. Galio said that when he turned around, the girl person was gone. He then asked why she was in the trees. Stuttering, Luxana answered truthfully. She didn't know at that point. Galio reclined on a hillside, gazing at the stars with the tiny yellow-headed girl he had befriended. Neither spoke, save for an occasional sigh, not the stressful gasps that Lux had known previously. These were the sounds of two beings that had found utter contentment in each other's company. Shortly, Galio expressed that he does not usually awaken for that long. With an enormous yawn, Lux answered that she doesn't either. Galio asked how people spend time together without a battle. He also asked if they should have a conversation. Lux said no. Them just being there is nice. She feels calm. A frown crossed Galio's face. There was something different about Lux, something missing. She no longer shone like the stars. Lux noticed the expression and asked why he was sad. He cured her. As long as Galio is near her, she can return home and be normal. Galio did not brighten or look up. Lux continued her thought. She means maybe she can just come visit Galio every day to keep her affliction away. But the Titan disagreed, finally locking eyes with her. Confused, Lux asked why not. Galio explained that Lux is special. Since before she could remember, Galio had felt her gift. For so long he wanted it near him. But now he sees, he smashes her gift. Lux argued, but it still gives him life. Galio pondered her words, but only for a moment. His mind was made up. Life to him is very valuable, but her gift is everything. Galio told Lux to never lose it. He got to his feet and gingerly placed the girl on his shoulder. Together, they began to trudge back toward the city, to face what awaited. The sun was just beginning to peek over the horizon when Lux returned to her family manor. Outside the city walls, Galio was returning to stillness on his plinth beside the memorial road, leaving Lux to face her problems alone. A shadow fades before the light, she thought, and she opened the latch to her front door. She entered the house to find her mother sitting in the parlor with a balding middle-aged man who held a case of exotic medicinal tinctures in his lap. Through clenched teeth, Agatha greeted Lux and said she was glad Luxana decided to return home. Lux looked warily at the man on the couch. This is the man her mother was telling her about, the one who's going to fix her problem. Lux felt lightheaded, as if her spirit was leaving her body to watch what she was about to say. Her voice trembling with words she'd been longing to say. She tells her mother that she doesn't think she wants to see that man. In fact, she'd like her to send him away. The annuller looked offended. He stood and slung his bag over his shoulder. Agatha begged him to stay, and he did. She then cornered Lux and began to speak with authority. Agatha scolded her, telling Lux she did not know what she was saying. That man has risked everything to help her. It is the only way she was ever going to be a Damasian. Agatha was about to continue her speech, but Lux cried out and cut her off. She yelled that she was not afflicted. She is beautiful and valuable, and one day she will prove it to this kingdom. And if anyone has a problem with her, she has got a very large friend they can talk to. Lux strode upstairs to her room, leaving her mother alone with the annuller. As Lux flopped onto her bed, she expelled a deep, easy breath. For the first time in years, her mind was as still as a pond in summer. The light that had once exploded from her unbidden was still there, but she could feel its beginning and its end, and knew that one day she could master it. As she drifted off to sleep, she realized her mantra had always been wrong. No light could ever kill shadows. A shadow thrives beside the light, she thought. It had a nice ring to it. Years passed by, and instead of forcing her ways, Agatha accepted Lux's decision and tried to create a plan that could save her daughter. Perhaps arranging a marriage between Luxana and Jarvan IV was the answer. Agatha would try everything in her power just to keep her daughter. She slowly prepares the cards on the deck so they can be used when the right time comes. When Lux turned 16, she traveled with her parents, Pieter and Agatha, to their formal residence in the great city of Damasia to witness Garen's investiture into the honored ranks of the dauntless vanguard. The city dazzled Lux. It was a monument to the noble ideals of the kingdom, with every citizen protected and cared for. And it was there that Lux learned of the Illuminators, a charitable religious order working to help the sick and the poor. Between her family's courtly engagements, she became close with a knight of the order named Kahina, who also taught Lux more martial skills, sparring and training with her in the gardens of the Crownguard Manor. Spending more time in the capital, Lux has finally begun to learn about the wider world, its diversity, and its history. She now understands that the Damasian way of life is not the only way, and with clear eyes, she can see her love for her homeland standing alongside her desire to see it more just, and perhaps a little more accepting of mages like her. As Lux tries her best to control her powers, there's a random question that lingers on her mind. How long had it been since she had come north to Fossbar? She wasn't sure. Years, certainly. The family had come north to honor the tomb of great-grandfather Fossian, and Lux remembered complaining about the incessant rain as they made their way through the crags and gullies of the forest to his resting place. She'd been expecting a grand mausoleum, but was disappointed to learn it was little more than a grassy mound nestled at the foot of a soaring cliff face. A marble slab set into the base of the mound depicted the legend of her illustrious forebear, Fossian, and the demon falling from the cliff, her great-grandfather mortally wounded, the nightmarish entity with a Damasian blade piercing its black heart. It had rained then, and it was raining now, an icy northern deluge fresh off the Dogtooth Mountains that separated Damasia from Freljord. A storm was brewing in that frozen realm, breaking on the far side of the peaks to fall on verdant swaths of Damasian pine, bent by hostile winds. To the west and east, the mountains receded into an azure haze, the sky dark and threatening, like one of her brother's saltier moods. North, the forested haunches of the highlands were craggy with cliffs and plunging chasms, dangerous lands, home to fell creatures and wild beasts of all descriptions. Lux had set off into the north 2 weeks ago, Damasia to Edessa, then to Panara, and on to Lissus. Lissus to Valoris, and eventually to High Silvermere, the city of raptors. A night with her family at their home at the foot of Knight's Rock, then out into Damasia's northwest marches. Almost immediately, the character of the people and villages began to change as the heartland of Damasia fell behind her like a pennant torn from the haft of a banner pole. Rolling, fertile plains gave way to windswept hinterlands, dotted with gorse and thistle. Silverwing raptors screeched overhead, invisible as they dueled in the clouds. The air grew colder, freighted with the deep ice of the Freljord, and the walls of each settlement grew higher with every mile she rode. It had been a long and tiring journey to Fossbar, but she was finally there, and Lux allowed herself a small smile. Lux called her steed Starfire and told him they'll be at the temple soon. Lux reached down to rub her horse's mane and promised that they would have grain and a warm stable for her. The horse shook its head and snorted, stamping its feet with impatience. Lux kicked back her heels and walked her tired mount along the rutted track leading to Fossbarrow's main gate. The town occupied the banks of the Serpentrian, a thundering river that rose in the mountains and snaked to the western coast. The town's walls of polished granite followed the line of the hills, and the buildings within were wrought from stone, seasoned timber, and bottle-green roof tiles. The tower of an illuminator temple rose in the east, the brazier within its steeple a welcome light in the gathering dusk. Lux pulled back the hood of her blue cloak and shook her hair free. Long and golden, it framed a youthful face of high cheekbones and ocean blue eyes that sparkled with determination, perfectly matching her fair skin and radiant glow. Two men appeared on the tower above the iron-bound gate, each armed with a powerful longbow of ash and yew. One of the guards halted Lux, telling her that the gates closed until morning. Lux introduced herself and explained she had come a long way to pay her respects to her great-grandfather. She'd be in their debt if they'd allow her entry. The man squinted through the gloom, his eyes widening as he recognized her. It had been years since she'd come to Fossbar, but Garen always said that once people laid eyes on Lux, they never forget her. The man immediately pleaded as he recognized the Lady Crownguard. He turned to address the men below and ordered them to open the gates. Lux eased Starfire forward as the solid timbers of the gate lifted into the stone of the barbican with a clatter of heavy iron chains. As soon as it had risen enough, Lux rode under it to find a hastily assembled honor guard awaiting her. 10 men in leather breastplates and blue cloaks secured with silver pins in the shape of winged swords. They were proud Damasian soldiers, though their shoulders were curiously slumped and their eyes haunted with exhaustion. The same man who'd spoken to her from the tower welcomed her to the Fossbar. He expressed that Magistrate Giselle would be relieved to know she is there. The guard politely asked if he could offer Lux a detachment of soldiers to escort you to her home. Lux appreciates the offer, but believes that it won't be necessary, wondering at the man's choice of the word relieved. Lux has arranged accommodations with Mistress Pernille at the Illuminator's temple. She made to ride on, but sensed the guard's desire to say something and gently pulled Starfire's reins. Shortly, the guard asked if Lux was there to end their nightmare. Apparently, there's a sorcerer who has been hunting the villagers through nightmares, one that no one could easily defeat. The Illuminator temple was warm and dry, and with Starfire settled in the stables, she'd spoken at length with Mistress Pernille at the main hall, a flaxen-haired woman in the pale robes of an Illuminator healer. Lux had heard rumors of magic in the forests and crags around Fossbar, and had set out to see what she might learn, though she hadn't mentioned that to Miss Pernille. The simmering power Lux sensed within herself was frightening in its growing intensity, and she hoped there might be some way she would learn more of its nature. And it was always better to learn such things away from the eyes of her family. Lux had sensed a dark undercurrent as soon as she'd entered the town, a creeping sensation of being watched from the shadows. The few townsfolk she'd seen on the streets walked with leaden steps, their bodies weary. A pall of fear hung over Fossbar. She didn't need magic to sense that. Mistress Pernille explained that it was a terrible business. It was Magistrate Giselle's son, Luca. That poor boy. Lux asked what happened to the boy, and Mistress Pernille said he went missing 2 days ago. People are certain he's been taken by a dark mage for some terrible purpose. Lux questioned why people think that way. Pernille just told her to ask her again in the morning, as they call it a night. After a few hours, Lux awoke with a scream, her heart hammering in her chest and her breath coming in wheezing spikes. Terror filled her mind, a nightmare of clawed hooks dragging her beneath the earth, of fetid mud filling her mouth, and darkness smothering her light forever. Lux blinked away the last after images, glimpsing retreating shadows out of the corner of her eye. Her mouth was filled with the taste of rancid milk, a sure sign of lingering magic, and spectral radiance shimmered in her palms. Light filled the room, and with it, the last remnants of the nightmare were banished. Warmth suffused her, her skin shimmering with a haze of iridescence, and she quickly clenched her fists, trying to pull it back within her before it got out of control. She heard voices downstairs, and thankfully, the light faded, leaving only the wan traces of daylight from the shuttered window to illuminate the room. Lux pressed her hands to the side of her head, as if seeking to push the awful visions from her mind. She tried to recall specific moments from the nightmare, but all that came was the reek of sour breath and a faceless darkness pressing down upon her. Her mouth dry, Lux quickly dressed and descended to the temple kitchen. Though she had little in the way of appetite, she prepared a breakfast of bread and cheese. At her first bite, the taste of grave earth filled her mouth, and she put the food aside. Entering the kitchen and joining her at the table, Pernille asked how she had slept. The skin below Pernille's eyes was purple with lack of sleep, her skin sallow without firelight to color it. Only now did Lux notice just how bone-weary Pernille was. Lux answered that it was about as well as Mistress Pernille by the looks of it. She then asked if the mistress dreamt too. She did, but it was nothing she wanted to relive by saying it out loud. Lux nodded slowly. She finally realized that there's something very wrong with this town. Starfire whinnied at the sight of her, his ears pressed flat against his skull and his eyes wide. He nuzzled her, and she stroked his pearl-white neck and shoulders. Lux asked her steed if it dreamt too, and the horse tossed its mane, seemingly telling Lux that they should get out of the village. Lux quickly saddled her mount and rode toward Fossbar's northern gate. Dawn was already an hour old, but the town was still to fully come to life. No smoke rose from the forges. No smell of fresh bread wafted from the bakeries, and only a very few sullen-looking merchants had their doors open for business. Damasians were hard-working, disciplined, and industrious, so to see a frontier town so late to begin the day's work was highly unusual. But if Fossbar's people had endured a night like hers, she couldn't blame them for being slow to rise. Lux passed through the gate into the opened ground before the town and let Starfire run to work out the stiffness in his muscles before turning onto the muddy road. The stallion had broken his leg many years ago, but it hadn't impaired the speed of his gallop. The scent of pine and wildflowers hung heavy in the air, and Lux savored the heady, natural aroma of the northern climes. Sunlight pierced the leafy canopy in angled spars of light, and the smell of wet mud sent a shiver up her spine as her nightmare briefly surfaced. She rode deeper into the forest, following the track as it wound its way further north. Lux lifted a hand from the reins and reached for a glittering sunbeam, feeling the magic within her stir at its touch. It was thrilling to feel it rise within her, but she let it come only slowly, for fear it might overtake her fragile control. Her world lit up as the magic filled her senses, the colors of the forest unnaturally vivid and filled with life. She saw glittering motes of light drifting in the air, the breath of trees and the sighs of earth. How incredible it was to see the world like this, alive to the energies flowing through every living thing, from blades of grass to the mighty iron birch trees, whose roots were said to reach the very heart of the world. If this was what even the lightest touch of magic might achieve, what wonders might it work were she better able to control it? After an hour of riding through the iridescent forest, the road diverged at a crossroads, one path leading east to a logging town, if she remembered correctly, the other dropping west to a community built around a thriving silver mine. Her father owned a stake in the mine, and her favorite cloak pin had been wrought from metal dug from its deep chasms. Between the two main routes lay a smaller pathway, all but invisible and suitable only for lone riders or those on foot. She remembered taking that path years ago, and Lux wondered why she was reluctant to guide Starfire in that direction. She did not need to go that way, for her story of paying respects to her great-grandfather was just that, a story. Lux closed her eyes and lifted her arms out to the side, letting the magic drift from her fingers. She took a breath, filling her lungs with cold air and letting the light of the forest speak to her. Her understanding of such things was still new, but surely it was worth the risk to find out what was plaguing this region of Damasia. The light spoke in contrasting hues, scintillating colors, and vibrant illumination. She felt the light of distant stars drift down like mist, light that bathed other realms and people, almost too much to bear. Where the light of Damasia fell into shadow, she flinched. Where it nourished something living, she was soothed. Lux turned in the saddle, reveling in this new sensation. The sun was almost at its zenith, and she frowned as the quality of light in the forest trembled, slipping from her grasp. She felt shadows where no shadows ought to dwell, hidden darkness where only light should exist. The breath caught in her throat like a hand at her neck, and a sudden wave of dizziness swept over her. Her eyelids fluttered, drifting closed as if she were being pulled into a waking slumber. The forest around her was suddenly silent. Not a breath of wind stirred the leaves of the trees, nor ruffled so much as a blade of grass. The silver wings were silent, the chatter of animals stilled. Lux heard the soft saceration of the grave cloth being pulled tight. Sleep. Lux said no, but the unnatural weariness slipped over her like a comfortable blanket, warm and enfolding. Lux's head dropped, and she closed her eyes for the briefest instant. The snapping sound of a breaking branch and the scrape of metal flicked Lux's eyes open. She drew in a great draught of air, the cold in her lungs jolting her awake again. She blinked shadows from her eyes and let out an icy breath as the magic slipped from her grasp and faded away. She heard riders on horseback, the jingle of bridle and trace, the rasp of metal on metal. Soldiers, armored for war. At least 4, perhaps more. Lux wasn't scared of them, not really. Not this deep in Damasia. Whatever darkness was lurking somewhere in the forest was a more immediate threat. Its strength was uncertain, like a child exploring just what it could do. She pulled Starfire's reins, turning him around and setting him athwart the paths. The foliage in front of her parted, and 5 riders came into view. Powerful warriors armored head to foot in gleaming warplate. They rode wide-chested steeds of gray, none smaller than 17 hands, and each caparisoned in cobalt blue. 4 had their swords drawn, while the fifth had his golden-hilted blade sheathed in a lacquered blue scabbard across his back. The rider called Luxana, his voice muffled by the visor of his helm. Lux sighed as the knight removed his helmet to reveal dark hair and granite-hewn features that so embodied Damasia, it was a wonder they weren't yet on a coin. It was Garen. Lux sighed. Her brother had brought 4 of the dauntless vanguard. Drawn from any other army, 4 warriors would be a paltry force. But every warrior of the dauntless vanguard was a hero, a legend with tales of valor etched into the metal of their swords. Their deeds were told and retold around tavern tables and hearth fires the length and breadth of Damasia. Dark of hair and keen of eye was Diodoro, the bearded swordsman who'd held the gates of morning against the armored host of the Triferian Legion for an entire day. Flanking him was Saboteur of Jandel, the slayer of the hideous deep worm that woke every 100 years to feast, but which would now wake no more. Its fangs were hung in King Jarvan's throne room, next to the newly mounted dragon skull brought by his son and his enigmatic companion. Slighter, though no less striking, was Varya, she who led the charge onto the decks of the Seawolf fleet at Dawnhold. She set their ships ablaze, and, even wounded nigh unto death, cut down their berserk leader. Rodion, her twin brother, had sailed north to Frostheld and burned the Freljordian harbor city to the ground, so that no others would dare sail south to wreak havoc again. Lux knew them all, but rolled her eyes at the thought of hearing their legend around a table tonight. Yes, they were heroes of Damasia and entirely worthy of respect. But hearing about Saboteur climbing down the deep worm's gullet for the 10th time, or how Varya beat a Grelmorn to death with a splintered oar, was too much for Lux. Garen came alongside her as they followed the road back to Fossbar. They'd circled the town until the light began to fade, in search of the magistrate's son, or any sign of nefarious goings-on, but had found nothing, though any servant of darkness would have had plenty of time to run and hide, given the noise Garen and the dauntless vanguard were making. Starting a conversation, Garen asked Lux if she really was there to visit their great-grandfather Fossian's tomb, which Lux dismissively confirmed. It's not that Garen doesn't believe her. He was just surprised. He seems to recall their mother saying Lux hated coming there last time. Lux said that she was surprised that their mother remembered. Garen, without looking at her, says that they certainly remembered, because when young Luxana Crownguard doesn't enjoy something, the skies darken, rain clouds empty, and forest animals hide. Lux complained that her brother was making her sound like a spoiled brat. Garen rebutted, saying she was kind of spoiled, his easy grin only partially robbing the comment of its sting. Lux got away with things Garen would have had a smacked backside for doing when they were young. Their mother was always telling him not to pay attention to the things Lux did. The words hung between them, and Lux looked away, remembering not to underestimate her brother. People knew him as honest and direct, with a sound grasp of tactics and war stratagems. But few ever thought of him as subtle or cunning. That, knew Lux, was a mistake. Yes, Garen was a simple warrior, but simple didn't mean stupid. Changing the conversation, Lux asked Garen what they think happened to the boy. Garen ran a hand through his hair. If he had to guess, he'd say he ran away from home, or decided to have an adventure and has gotten lost somewhere in the forest. Lux asked if they don't think a dark mage has taken the boy. Garen replied that it's certainly possible, but Varya and Rodion rode through this way only 6 months ago and saw no evidence of unnatural sorceries. Lux nodded and asked if they ever spent a night in Fossbar. Garen answered no and asked why as they rode into sight of the town. Lux just dismissed the argument, saying she was curious. It was obvious that her dear brother wasn't fully aware of the situation at hand. Saboteur joined the conversation and said that something is going on down there, his hand shielding his eyes from the setting sun. Garen's eyes snapped to where his warrior was pointing, and all levity fell from his face. His entire posture changed, muscles taut and ready for action, his eyes utterly focused. The warriors of the Dauntless Vanguard formed up alongside him, ready to move in an instant. Lux asked what it was, but no one was answering. An angry-looking crowd was hounding a stumbling man through the streets toward the market square. She couldn't hear what they were shouting, but she didn't need to hear the words to feel their anger and fear. Garen instructed his men, raking his spurs back. On the other hand, Starfire was a fast horse, but even he was no match for a grain-fed Damasian war steed. By the time Lux rode through the gates, the sound of yelling voices echoed through the town. Starfire's flanks were lathered with sweat, and his iron-shod hooves struck sparks from the cobbles. Lux hauled her mount to a halt as she entered the crowded market square and leaped from his back as she saw a scene she'd witnessed too many times throughout Damasia. Lux muttered, seeing 2 guards drag a weeping man onto the auction platform normally used during the buying and selling of livestock. The man's clothes were soaked in blood, and he wailed piteously. A woman with the ermine-trimmed robes and bronze wings of a Damasian magistrate stood before him, presumably Magistrate Giselle. Hundreds of Fossbar's townsfolk filled the square, yelling and screaming at the man. The intensity of their hate was palpable, and Lux felt her magic drawn to the surface of her skin. She struggled to quell the rising light and pushed her way through the crowd. Seeing Garen at the foot of the steps leading onto the auction platform, Magistrate Giselle yelled the man's name, her voice ragged with emotion. "She names thee the murderer and consort of a dark mage." The man cried, pleading that they don't understand. They were monsters. He saw them, their real faces. Darkness, only darkness. Giselle cried as the man confessed what he did. The crowd screamed in response, a swelling lust for vengeance erupting from every throat. They looked set to rush the auction platform to tear Aldo Dayan limb from limb, and perhaps they would have, but for the 4 warriors of the Dauntless Vanguard standing with their swords drawn at its edge. Lux asked Garen what was going on as she reached his side. Garen didn't look at her, his eyes fixed on the kneeling man. The fellow Vanguard answered her. Aldo murdered his wife and children in their beds, then ran out onto the streets and attacked his neighbors. He split 3 people with an axe before they were able to restrain him. Lux questioned why he would do that. Finally, Garen turned to look at her. He returned the question, asking Lux what she thinks. There must be a mage nearby. A darkness holds sway there. Only the dark influence of a sorcerer could drive a loyal Damasian citizen to commit such heinous acts. Lux bit back an angry retort and pushed past Garen. She climbed the steps of the platform and marched over to the kneeling man. Giselle recognized Lux and questioned what she was doing. Lux ignored her and lifted the man's head. His face was bruised, one eye swollen shut from the heavy blow of a cudgel or fist. Blood and snot ran freely from his nose, and ropes of drool hung from his split lip. Lux told the man to look at her, and the man's good eye tried to focus on her. The white of his eyes was bloodshot and purple-edged, the eye of a man who had not slept in days. Lux asked Dayan why he killed his family and attacked his neighbors. Dayan answered that it was not them. No, he saw something else. They were monsters. Darkness clothed in skin. Among them the whole time. He woke and saw their true faces. So he killed them. He had to do it. She looked up as Magistrate Giselle appeared at Lux's shoulder. Lux saw a soul-aching grief etched in the woman's face. The last 2 days had aged her 10 years. The magistrate stared down in disgust at Aldo Dayan, her fists clenched at her sides. Giselle asked Dayan if he killed her son, Luca, just because he was different. Her voice racked with sorrow. Baying cries for vengeance rose from the crowd as the sun sank into the west and the shadows lengthened. Handfuls of mud and dung pelted Aldo Dayan as his former friends and neighbors called for his death. He thrashed in the grip of the guards, frothing at the mouth and spitting bloody saliva. Dayan pleaded that he had to kill them. He screamed, staring defiantly at his accusers. It wasn't them. Just darkness, only darkness. It could be one of the guards, too. Lux turned back to Magistrate Giselle. She then asked what she meant when she said her son was different. Giselle's grief was all-consuming, but Lux saw past it to a secret shame beneath. The magistrate's eyes were bloodshot and ringed with dark smudges of exhaustion. Yet even that couldn't hide the same look she'd seen in her mother's eyes whenever Lux's powers had gotten the better of her as a youngster. It was the same look she sometimes saw in her brother's eyes when he thought she wasn't looking. Hearing nothing, Lux reiterated her question, but Giselle just dismissed the argument. Lux had heard such deflections before, and suddenly knew exactly how the magistrate's son was different. All of a sudden, Garen stated he had heard enough. He strode onto the platform, his long silver sword hissing from its scabbard. The blade glinted in the twilight, its edge unimaginably sharp. Lux tried to stop her brother, telling him that Garen, there was something more going on there. She pleaded to let her speak with him. While spinning his sword up onto his shoulder, Garen denied her request, telling Lux that Dayan is a monster, and even if he is not a servant of evil, he is a murderer. There can be only one punishment. Lux called the magistrate again, but Giselle looked away from Lux, her eyes wet with tears. Giselle declared Dayan guilty and called upon Garen Crownguard of the Dauntless Vanguard to dispense Damasian justice. The man lifted his head, and Lux's eyes narrowed as she felt a prickling sensation of something pass through him, a whisper of a lurking presence. It slithered away before she could be sure, but a breath of frigid air raised her hackles. Dayan's limbs spasmed like a deranged roadside wanderer afflicted with the tremoring sickness. He whispered something, rasping and faint, as Garen lifted his warblade to deliver the executioner's strike. Dayan's last words were all but lost in the roars of approval coming from the crowd. But Lux finally pieced them together as Garen's sword swept down. The light is fading. Darkness. Lux cried as she demanded her brother to wait. But it was too late. Garen's blade clove the man's head from his body in one titanic blow, to a roar of approval from the crowd. The body dropped to the platform, twin arcs of blood jetting from the stump of his neck. The head rolled to Giselle's feet as coiling smoke poured from Aldo Dayan's corpse like black bile oozing from a charnel pit. The magistrate recoiled in shock as a phantom form of wicked claws and searing eyes erupted from the dead man's skull. Nocturne, the spectral darkness, launched itself at the magistrate with a cackle of spite. She screamed as it passed through her before dissipating like wind-scattered cinders. Lux felt the breath of the thing's demise, an energy so vile, so hateful, and so inhumanly evil that it beggared belief. Magistrate Giselle collapsed, her flesh ashen, weeping in terror. Lux dropped to one knee as myriad visions of horror arose within her, choking fears of being buried alive, of being driven from Damasia by her brother, of 1,000 ways to die a slow and painful death. The light within her fought these terrible sights, and Lux's breath shimmered with motes of light as she spat the taste of death from her mouth. Garen spoke in a whisper, calling his sister, and it took her a moment to figure out how she could possibly have hurt him over the cheering crowd. Lux turned from the sobbing magistrate and felt magic race around her body in a surge tide. The crowd stood utterly silent. This time, Garen asked Lux what was going on. She blinked away the abhorrent images still searing her mind and followed Garen's gaze as the warriors of the dauntless vanguard rushed to stand with their leader. Then, one after another, the people of Fossbar fell to the ground, as if their life had simply fled their bodies. Lux clenched her teeth and pushed herself to her feet. The sun had all but vanished behind Fossbar's western wall, and her mouth fell open as she saw black, vaporous shapes lift from the town's unconscious inhabitants. No two were alike, and Lux saw an assembling host of shades in Noxian armor, vast spiders, many-headed serpents, towering shadow warriors with frost axes, great drakes with teeth like obsidian daggers, and scores of things that defied sane description. Garen declared that they were being attacked by sorcery. The shadow creatures closed on the platform, sliding through the air without a sound. An oncoming tide of nightmarish horrors. Varya asked what they were, and Lux answered. They are the darkest nightmares of Fossbar's people given form. Saboteur questioned how Lux knew for certain. The truth was, she doesn't, not for sure, but it feels right. Knowing she couldn't stay there to fight, Lux came up with a plan. Besides, the dauntless vanguard could hold its own there. She placed her thumb and forefinger against her bottom lip and whistled a summoning note before turning to Garen. She told her brother that she might know how to stop this. Garen asked how, without taking his eyes off the approaching shadow host. Lux said not to mind how. Just try not to die before she gets back. At that instant, Lux ran to the edge of the platform as Starfire galloped through the creatures. Her steed passed unmolested, its dreams and nightmares of no interest to the power now abroad in Fossbar. Lux leaped from the platform and grabbed Starfire's mane, swinging onto his back in one smooth motion. Worrying about his sister, Garen demanded to know where she was going. The horse reared, and Lux twisted in the saddle to answer her brother. Just like what she told him before, she is going to pay her respects to their great-grandfather Fossian. Garen watched his sister gallop through the dark host, carefully navigating a path through the town's fallen inhabitants. Grasping claws of shadow creatures reached for her, but she and Starfire evaded every attack. Lux rode clear of the monstrous host and passed just long enough to wave at him. She shouted the chant that every soldier of the kingdom yelled, "For Damasia!" The dauntless vanguard clashed their swords against their shields as they answered as one. The chant was yelled, and it means the battle starts now. Lux turned her horse and galloped from the town. The dauntless vanguard fights the endless spirits as they put their trust on Luxana Crownguard. Lux rolled hard through the forest, trees flashing past to either side in a blur. It was reckless to gallop through the forest at such speed, but the shadows assailing Garen and the dauntless vanguard would keep coming. Human imaginations were a depthless well of nightmares, fear of death, fear of infirmity, or fear of losing a loved one. She followed the route she had taken only this morning, hoping Starfire remembered the way more clearly than she did. Together they flew through the night, eventually reaching the crossroads where the roads diverged, ignoring the roads east and west. Starlight leaped over the overgrown bracken that all but obscured the path north, the path to great-grandfather Fossian's tomb. Even with her mount's sure-footedness, Lux was forced to slow her pace as the path wound its way through steep-sided gullies and up rocky glens. The closer she came to the tomb, the more the landscape began to change, taking on an altogether different character, like something from a tale told to frighten small children. The trees wept a sickly black sap, their branches gnarled and twisted into clawed hands that plucked at her hair and cloak. Gaps in the boles of trees resembled fanged mouths, and venomous spiders spun cloying webs in their high branches. The ground underfoot became spongy and damp, with brackish pools of stagnant water, like a grove abandoned by one of the Fae folk. Starfire stopped before the entrance to a shadow-wreathed clearing and threw back his head, nostrils flaring in fear. Lux told her steed to be easy. Fossian's tomb is just ahead, only a few more steps. But the horse would not be cajoled into another inch forward. Because of that, Lux decided to proceed by herself. She slid off the horse's back and entered the clearing. Moonlight, filtering through the clouds, gave off just enough illumination for her to see. The mound of Fossian's tomb was a shallow hill of grass that looked black in the gloom, its summit crowned with a rough cairn of stacked stone. Dark smoke drifted into a sky that swirled with images of ancient horrors awaiting their time to claim the world. Dark lines snaked across the great stone slab, telling of Fossian's deeds. A young boy, no more than 12 or 13, sat cross-legged before it, his thin body swaying as if in a trance. Tendrils of black smoke coiled from the tomb, wrapping around his neck like strangling vines. Lux called the boy's name. It was Luca. The boy's swaying ceased at the sound of her voice. He turned to face Lux, and she faltered at the sight of his soulless, black eyes. A cruel grin split his face. The boy finally responded, saying he was not Luca anymore. Though she wanted nothing more than to flee this haunted clearing, Lux walked toward the young boy, her hand slipping to the dagger at her hip. Her eyes rippled with darkness, nightmares waiting to be born from the rich loam of human frailty. She felt a cold, calculating intelligence appraise her. Luca nodded and smoothly rose to his feet. Muttering shadows gathered at the edge of the clearing, monsters and terrors lurking just out of sight as they moved to surround her. Lucas suddenly said that Lux has nightmares aplenty. He thinks he'll crack her skull open with a rock to scoop them out. Lux tries her best to wake up Luca, telling him that this state wasn't him. Luca told Lux to tell him who she thinks it is. Lux answered that it was the demon in that tomb. She doesn't think it was as dead as people thought when they buried Fossian. Luca grinned, his mouth spreading so wide the skin at the corners of his mouth tore. Rivulets of blood ran down his chin. Indeed, not dead at all. Sleeping, healing, renewing and preparing. Forcing herself to take another step forward, Lux asked, "Preparing for what?" The boy tutted and wagged an admonishing finger. Lux froze, unable to take another step. Her fingers were locked around her dagger's grip. Bending to pick up a sharpened stone, he repeats his earlier words, requesting that Lux let him cut out a nightmare first. Unable to move but still able to speak, Lux tried to communicate with Luca. She told him that he had to fight. She knows he can. He has magic within him. She knows he has magic. That's why he ran away. That's why she came here, to be next to someone who defeated a demon. The thing wearing the flesh of the boy laughed, and the grass withered around it at the sound. His tears were like water in a desert, coming forward and circling her, as if seeing where best he might crack her skull open. They woke him, nourished him. He had slept for so long he had forgotten just how sweet the suffering of mortals tasted. The boy reached out and stroked her cheek. His touch sent a cold spike of terror through Lux. He lifted his finger away, and a smoky thread followed. She gagged as the fear of drowning filled her. A tear rolled down her cheek. The spirit confessed that he had made him sleep, and his dreams were ripe with horrors to be made real. Luca's power is slight, a glowing ember compared to the furnace that burns in your flesh. It gave the spirit a little in the way of real substance, but childish fears are a banquet after it had gone so long without. Damasia is a terror to his kind, to their kind. Lux felt her magic recoil from this creature, the darkness filling the clearing, pressing her light down into little more than a spark. She tried to restrain it, knowing that even a single uncontrolled spark could begin a conflagration that would devour an entire forest. The spirit said that the villagers hated the boy, and Luca knew that. Mortals are always so quick to fear the things they don't understand, so easy to fan those flames and draw forth the most exquisite visions of terror. Lux flexed her fingers on the leather of her dagger's handle, the motion painful. But pain meant she had control. She used it. She nursed the building spark within her, kept it apart from her terror, and let it seep slowly back into her body. Once again, Lux pleaded, calling Luca, who was sleeping within himself, forcing each word out. He has to fight it. Lux told Luca not to let the spirit use him. The boy laughed, said he couldn't hear her. And even if he could, Lux knows he's right to fear what his own people would do if they discovered the truth. That he is the very thing they hate, a mage. The spirit reminded that Lux, of all people, should know how that feels. Pain spread along Lux's arms and moved through her chest. The boy's black eyes narrowed as he sensed the buildup of magic. Lux admitted that she knows that all too well, but she does not let fear define her. Lux thrust the dagger toward the boy with a scream of pain. She didn't want to hurt him, only to let the metal of the blade touch him and pass a measure of her light to him. Her limbs burned, and the blow was clumsy. The boy jumped back too slowly. The flat of the blade brushed the skin of his cheek. The moment of connection was fleeting, but it was enough. The light poured from Lux and into Luca. Blinding and all but uncontrolled radiance exploded through the clearing. The monster within the boy was torn loose from his flesh with a howling screech of fury and desperation. Raw white fire enfolded Lux, becoming everything around them, in its own way as terrifyingly powerful as the darkness. Its power was magnificent, but she could barely cling on to its howling radiance as it roared through her. The darkness fled before its awesome power, its shadow banished by the incandescence of the light. The growing radiance kept growing until the forest and the tomb were nowhere to be seen, only an endless expanse of pale nothingness. Sitting in front of her was a young boy with his knees drawn up to his chest. He looked up, and his eyes were those of a small, frightened child. Luca then asked Lux if she could help him. Walking over and sitting next to him, Lux answered that she could, but he had to come back with her. He shook his head. He can't. He is too scared. The Nightmare Man is out there. Lux said that he is, but together they can beat him. She will help him. Lux smiled warmly. Lux assured Luca that she knows what he is going through, how he is afraid of what will happen if people know what he can do. Lux shared that it's happening to her too, but they don't have to be afraid of what's inside them. It's not evil. It's not darkness. It's light. Maybe it's a light they can learn to control together. Lux held out her hand, and Luca asked if she would promise to help him. Lux reassured him, telling Luca that he is not alone. The boy gripped her hand like a drowning man grasping a rope. The light swelled of its own volition, impossibly bright. And when it faded, Lux saw the clearing was just as she remembered it from her visit years ago. Green grass, a hillock with a stone cairn, and a slab describing Fossian's deeds. The darkness that had so transformed the forest was now absent. The clawed trees were nothing more than ordinary. The sky a midnight blue vault of twinkling stars. The sound of night-hunting birds echoed from the forest canopy. Luca still held her hand and smiled up at her. He asked if the Nightmare Man was finally gone. Unsure, Lux answered she thinks so, feeling the bitter taste of dark power diminish. For now, at least. She thinks maybe it's not in the tomb anymore, but it's gone from there. That's what's important right now. Luca asked if they could go home now, and Lux said yes. On the other hand, numbing cold filled Garen. His limbs were leaden, pierced through by shadow claws. Ice running in his veins chilled him to the very heart of his soul as his vision grayed. Saboteur and Diodoro were down, skin darkening. Rodion was on his knees, a clawed hand at his throat. Varia fought on, her shield arm hanging uselessly at her side, but her sword arm was still strong. Garen tasted ash and despair. He had never known defeat, not like this. Even when he once believed Jarvan was dead, he'd found the will to continue. Now his life was being sapped with every breath. They had been fighting the endless waves of nightmares for straight hours. Shortly, a towering figure reared up before him, a horned shade with an axe of darkness. It looked like a savage warrior he had slain many years ago. Garen raised his sword, ready to die with a Damasian war cry on his lips. A summer wind blew. A strange brightness shone in the northern sky like a sunrise. The shadow creatures faded until they vanished entirely, like smoke in the wind. Garen let out a breath, barely able to believe he still could. Rodion sucked in a lungful of air as Saboteur and Diodoro picked themselves up from the ground. They looked around, amazed, as the last remaining shadows were banished and the townsfolk began to stir. Varya questioned what happened, what exactly saved them from this nightmare. But Garen answered that he didn't know. Lux was surely behind this, but none of them knew how. Lux finally showed up, along with a missing kid named Luca. With Luca reunited with his grateful mother, Lux and Garen rode toward Fossbar's south gate at the head of the dauntless vanguard. Their mood was subdued, and a palpable guilt hung over every person they passed on their way from the town. None of Fossbar's inhabitants could remember anything after the execution, but all knew they had played a part in a man's death. While they were on their way, Garen sincerely asked Lux if she truly believed that Dayan deserved such mercy. Garen argued that the man killed innocent people, to which Lux agreed. But Lux returned his question by asking Garen if he understood why. Garen pondered if the reason was necessary, and Lux affirmed that it was. Lux expressed that Dayan was a victim as well. In their rush to judgment, any chance of understanding what caused his murderous acts was lost. Garen kept his gaze fixed on the road ahead. He then told Lux that the citizens don't want to understand. When Lux pressed for an explanation, Garen said that they lived in a world that did not allow for such nuances. Damasia was beset on all sides by terrible foes, savage tribes to the north, a rapacious empire in the east, and the power of dark mages who threaten the very fabric of our realm. They deal in absolutes by necessity. This allows doubt to cloud their judgment and leave them vulnerable, and Garen cannot allow them to become vulnerable. Lux questioned if this code of honor would be upheld, even at such a cost, and Garen firmly agreed. He would do what was needed for Damasia. Unbeknownst to Garen, that conversation meant deeper to Lux, since she was a mage as well. What will happen if the leader of the Dauntless Vanguard, with strict principles, knew that his sister was a mage? It was the question that they would face in the near future. After quite some time, on a separate occasion, an earthquake had struck Damasia at dawn, the earth buckling like an unbroken colt and splitting apart in gaping fissures. Lux rode Starfire through the toppled ruin of the defensive Barbican. The 30-foot-high walls of sun-bleached stone looked like Noxian siege engines had bombarded them for weeks. She guided her horse carefully between fallen blocks of masonry, heading to where a makeshift infirmary had been set up within a blue and white market pavilion. The scale of the devastation was unlike anything Lux had ever seen before. Dambasia's buildings were crafted from hard mountain granite and Damasian oak, raised high by communal strength, and almost all of them had been completely destroyed. Dust-covered men and women dug through the shattered ruins with picks and shovels, hoping to find survivors, but instead dragged corpses from the debris. Entire streets had simply vanished into the many smoking chasms now dividing the town's districts. The kingdom of Damasia doesn't only fight the oppressive mages, but also the ambitious empire of Noxus. Lux dismounted as she reached the pavilion and pushed inside. She wasn't a healer, but she could fetch or carry or simply sit with the wounded. She'd thought that seeing the scale of the devastation would prepare her for the suffering within the tent. She was wrong. Hundreds of survivors pulled from the wreckage lay on woolen blankets. Lux heard mothers and fathers crying for lost children, wives and husbands clinging to their dead loved ones, and worst of all, bewildered, glassy-eyed orphans wandering lost and afraid. Lux saw a surgeon she recognized in a blood-stiffened apron, washing his hands in a pewter bowl, and made her way toward him. Lux approached Surgeon Alzar and asked him how she could help. He turned, his eyes haunted and roomy with tears. It took a moment for recognition to penetrate the fog of his grief. Alzar gave a short bow as he finally came to his senses. He then sighed and said Lux was truly a blessing, but he would spare her the horror of what had happened there. Lux snapped and told Alzar to spare her nothing. She is a Damasian, and Damasians help one another. Alzar, taking a fatigued breath, apologized and said that her presence alone would be a boon to the wounded. Alzar led her toward a young man lying stretched out on a low pallet bed near the back of the pavilion. Lux gasped to see the horror of his wounds. His body was broken, all but crushed by rubble, and his eyes were bound in bloody bandages. From his stoic refusal to show pain, she guessed he was a soldier. Alzar shared that the man dug a family from the rubble of their collapsed home. He rescued them, but kept looking for survivors. There was a second quake, and another building fell to ruin on top of him. The rubble crushed his lungs, and shards of glass put out his eyes. Careful to keep her voice low, Lux asked how long the guy had. Alzar said that only the gods know, but his time is short. If Lux stayed at his side, it would ease his passing into the arms of the Veiled Lady. That was the least that they could do. Lux nodded and sat beside the dying man. She took his hand, feeling her heart break for him. Alzar smiled gratefully and turned back to helping those he could save. The man said that it was so dark, he could not see. Lux tried to calm him down and asked for his name. Wheezing with the effort, the man introduced himself as Dothan. Lux asked if the man was named for the hero of Dawnhold, which he was. Dothan asked if Lux knew the story. It's an old tally against the savages. With a rueful smile, Lux assured Dothan that he knew the story well. Her brother had told her all the time when they were children. He always forced her to play the Freljordian corsairs while he played Dothan, defending the harbor single-handedly against the skinwalkers. The man shared that he tried to be like him, his breathing labored and his voice growing faint. A rivulet of blood leaked from beneath the bandage like a red tear. He tried to live up to my namesake. Lux held his hand in both of hers. She then told Dothan that he did. Alzar told her what happened. He is a true Damasian hero. The lines on Dothan's face eased a little, his breath rattling in his throat as his strength began to fail. Dothan asked why he can't see, but Lux couldn't bear him the truth. Dothan tried to push further, and Lux finally shared the truth. Surgeon Alzar told her he has shards of glass in them. The man drew in a sharp breath. He knew he was dying, but he should like to behold the light of Damasia one last time. Lux felt the magic stir within her, but whispered the mantra taught to her by the illuminators to keep it from rising too close to the surface. Over the years, she'd learned to better control her power, but sometimes, when her emotions ran close to the surface, it was hard to keep the energies contained. She looked around and, satisfied no one was watching, placed her fingertips on the bloody bandage covering Dothan's eyes. Lux eased the numinous radiance of her magic down through the man's skull to the undamaged parts of his eyes. Lux said that she can't heal him, but she can at least give him something. He squeezed her hand, his mouth falling open in wonder as Damasia's light shone within him. Dothan whispered with his last breath, saying Lux's magic was beautiful. The event broke Lux's heart, but unfortunately for her, the war was far from over. In the succeeding months, Lux stayed with Garen in Damasia City, and over time became a key asset in helping him maintain order in the city. One day, Garen chased a mage girl who was escaping, immobilizing and arresting her, reminding Lux of the fear she and other mages lived with in Damasia. Lux discovered that the woman carried a spell book, and after acquiring it, she used it to practice her magic. Understanding the power contained within this magic book, and realizing the number of magic books that had been confiscated in Damasia's history, she decided to use her family's influence to enter the place where all those books were kept under lock and key, to try and learn more about controlling her powers. Finding nothing useful in her search, she was returning home when she came across a doorway she did not know, guarded by 2 guards. The guards tried to bar her way, but upon hearing her family name, she was granted access. Guided by one of the guards, she discovered that this was the place where the mages that had been captured were locked away. Realizing that this would be her fate should her powers be discovered, she felt the familiar feelings of fear and horror bubble within her, and walking around the place, she discovered that the mages were forced to drink a liquid which weakened their powers. When Lux asked why they didn't just exile them, the guards simply responded that sometimes exile wasn't enough of a punishment. Lux unfolded the horrible truth within Damasia, and it made her sick to her stomach. As they walked, Lux saw a large door that caught her attention, but the guard told her that she could not enter because that was the cell of Silas of Dregborn, one of the most dangerous criminals in Damasia. With his hands chained by petricite shackles, Silas was imprisoned in a mage-seeker compound for 15 years. Growing disillusioned and vengeful towards the kingdom and seeking its downfall. When Lux found him in the compound, she sympathized with him for his plight. Since then, Lux would sneak and often visit his cell, with both soon forming a steady bond. Lux could offer little to nothing for Silas, but she still tries to share what's out there. While Lux visited Silas to teach him about the world outside his cell and give him books to read, Silas taught her how to control her magic in exchange. One of the books Silas received was Galio's blueprint by Durand, where he learned about the true properties of petricite and how it did not nullify magic, but accumulated it until it reached its breaking point. All he needed to do now was touch Lux to absorb her magic into his shackles and break free. Eventually, The Crownguards found out about Lux's meetings with Silas, so he was sentenced to public execution by sword. Lux intervened by telling the crowd by advocating for Silas's rights, but he touched her and unleashed a powerful blast of Lux's magic, killing everyone on scene except Lux. That moment began the rebellion of the mages against Damasia, as Silas broke free and marched towards the kingdom. It was the chaos that Lux never wanted, but she must face her actions. Alongside her brother, they faced Silas with other mages who broke free as well. Lux called upon the skies, and in that instant, Galio aided her side. Silas's magic became ineffective, and only Lux could wield magic. As Galio protected the citizens of Damasia, Lux channeled and fired her final spark, sending Silas off the kingdom. The Crownguard siblings protected their kingdom, but it came with a great cost. Her powers were discovered, and Lux was forced to flee Damasia. But not wanting to go with Silas, she founded her own mage's refuge, in which she would shelter mages who did not want to get involved in the civil war. One day, an assassin from Noxus reached the settlement where Lux was hiding. Her name is Katarina, and her biggest assignment yet, a covert assassination of King Jarvan III, as well as the noble girl named Luxana Crownguard. It was the perfect stage for assassination, because Damasia was currently in turmoil, a chaos led by Silas's mage rebellion. Katarina left Noxus and made her way to Damasia in stealth. She blended well with the ground, gaining information bit by bit. After a short while, Katarina found her target, tall, pale-skinned young woman with big blue eyes and shoulder-length golden brown hair, on top of which she always wears a dark blue headband. While she generally wears typical Damasian noble attire in public, she is primarily seen in armor, with a silver-white breastplate and skirt, dark blue leggings covering her legs and arms, and white-heeled boots to match her skirt and breastplate. Lux was all by herself. It would be a swift, easy kill, but something was stopping Katarina. Instead, Katarina joined Lux and talked with her. Their conversation was deep, and they actually could relate to one another. Katarina sympathized with the Lux's rejection of her family and the current Damasian regime. Nonetheless, she judged Jarvan III to be both a tyrant and a traitor to his people, as he oppressed mages just because they had the strength to overthrow him. Because of this, Katarina decided against killing her. There's a bigger target after all. Not to mention, she viewed Lux to be a threat to the Damasian hierarchy, and would potentially be a good Noxian someday. With that, the two ladies parted ways as Lux continued with her mission without the knowledge of Katarina's goal. Throughout her journey, Lux knew that she couldn't keep her secret forever. She was lucky enough not to be caged behind bars for being a mage. But perhaps her privilege came with a greater purpose. It was only a matter of time before Lux left Damasia and faced the gift within her. And even though she was no longer in the kingdom, Lux believed that she was truly a Damasian at heart. And besides, she still had her Titan friend waiting for her to summon him. It was just the start of her real journey, as Lux ushered in the new spirit of Damasia, no longer bound by their old principles, and free from prejudice. Do you think Lux can unite mages and Damasians? Well, that would be a different story for another time.